morning everybody and welcome to the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board meeting, our last one for the year. For Wednesday the 17th of December, I'll ask member Jane Hindle to open us from Karakia.
Kia ora, me roi tātou. Ki te maki, me te nākau, auha, me te whakamihi I ngā pukanga, me te maturanga I roto, I te wainanga, e makapā, e ngā whakataonga, ki whakaturia ai tētahi hapri, e matatekera ana, e tū ko tahi ana, mutu ki te whakapiki anō, I te oranga o tū tātou rohi, ka whakatau anō I ngā take o te rohi, I riva I te tika me te. We asked through the board's discussions, decisions, that the representatives elected may advocate on behalf of the Bay of Islands Whangaroa community with aroha, imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of the community, solves the community's problems efficiently and effectively.
Welcome to members of the public and those watching us live stream this morning at home or work. Just so you know who you're addressing today, we'll go around the table and introduce ourselves, starting with Corey.
Well, te lapa pe te whare, is Corey Patton, we got Subtitles, this part.
Kia ora te whānau ko ari hau te whimatapi ingoa, e noa ngā hui ki te kai ngā whāngai no taumata mā kuku moerua, and we're the kai tomo for moerua me kaupapa subdivision.
Tēnā tātou kia tū, ko Jane Hindle tōku ingoa. My name is Jane Hindle. I represent Kururaka Russell and Aipua.
Kia ora koutou, Dane Walker, I am from the Kirikiri subdivision.
Kia ora for Joe Alexander, tōku ingoa. So I'm Joe Alexander and I represent the Kirikiri subdivision.
Kia ora koutou, Tyler Bamber. I'm the Waipapa representative for.
Kia ora, Belinda Ward. I represent the Paihi Waitangi subdivision and your chair for today.
Kia ora koutou, ko Amber Waitangi Auditon tōku ingoa, no te uri o hua. I'm your minute taker today.
Tēnā koutou, ko Siri Seven tōku ingoa, and the community board coordinator between the community board and districts.
Kia ora, I'm Catherine and Funding Advisor for Farmers District Council.
Morning, I'm Peggy B, Strategic Relationships.
We also have online Councillor Arahanui Ellen, who can't be with us today. She's her little one, now school and kohanga and everything's finished. We're all getting busy mums. And just want to acknowledge staff we have over here and elected member Councillor Hans Fackful. Tiffany, the important road in Trinity. I always it's a sign, isn't it? Okay. That's everybody. Yes. All right, so moving into apologies, we have Councillor Anne Court is actually at a roading portfolio meeting. She will be joining us a bit later. I move that. Do we have a seconder? Tyler, some support. Harry, do we have any conflicts of interest today? Right, so we'll move straight into so we're going to move straight up to item 7.1 on page 16. So this is the report recommendation that there's no recommendation. So we're going to be swearing call. So I will ask you, Corey, to come first. So some declarations of community and
Well, tūtahi, so just so everybody's aware of what's happening right now. Yeah, as an elected member, I haven't been speaking since. So just to look at well, kore atama, wati ai, tika, ka huti ki tīmata, ki te taumata, o tō wātamai, e aku, taunga, wanahi au, te whaunga, te hiku, te ina, te hiku, te ika. Ane tōni ki ngā ihi, me ngā ere ngā mahi, ki tō, Nino ngā hua, te kore, te hapiri o Ono Bell Wallets, e ai te tūne, āwalata ngā āhupe, te tāwhini tū. E tūne, āwalatanga āhupe, mō ngā kōrero, kōrero ngā, te tūne kōrero, o te 87, te tāpiri atu, i mea atu, ngā tūne, whāhi, e mea, i tēnei, te kiri, te mea, 17th or here, it's both 2020.
Especially member perspectives. Thank you, Kelly, for taking those clips. Right, so we'll move back now the agenda proper to our public forum section. Do we have anybody here who would like to speak to us in our public forum?
Most likely.
Most likely? Yes, introduce yourself, please.
The Roberts, representing the NZMCA on the dump station.
Okay, Bill, you've got 5 minutes if you'd like to speak to the item now. You were talking to item 7.2, thanks Tyler, on page 18.
And this time I can stand.
Oh, yes, I recall last month.
That's all.
Would you like to just come forward by the table there? We are live streaming. Lovely, thank you.
I'd just like firstly to acknowledge the support the board has shown over the last month and the desire to get some form of commitment from council as to the location of the dump station. It appears that, as indicated, the Osman comment a couple of days ago. So thank you very much for your support, and we really look forward to improving the flow of information. And in that sense, there's only two questions I have. One is, secondly, time for talk. I don't expect them from this group. Can you take that question forward so that the community is kept informed? So,
Thank you, Bill. You're welcome, of course, to stay and listen to the discussion around the agenda item, and we have the report writer here in the room. We have Jeanette here, so we may not be able to directly answer your questions, but certainly we split up the discussion. Okay, anybody else would like to speak with us?
I'd like to ask a request, please, if you could speak up, everybody, because it's very difficult to hear what is going on.
Thank you. Right, now deputations today we don't have any deputations as such, but we do have Karen Campbell and Mike Boyd here to address us from the Citizens Advice Bureau. Welcome. So I'm a bit flexible on time with you because we haven't seen you present to this board, or in fact a few boards I think in the past. So it's been some time. So you have 5 to 10 minutes, and you might like to leave a little bit of that time for some questions from the board members. So if you want to just step forward a little bit and speak out, please, so these people can hear, and just tell me when you want to go to the next.
Good day, everybody. Karen Campbell Aho. Karen Campbell, I am the chairperson of North Citizens Advice Bureau. We're based here in Purikiri. And thank you for this opportunity to be able to share our mahi with you. It is a requirement on our funding agreement that we have from Council that we do present, but we welcome the opportunity to share with you who we are. And we want to share with you the mahi that we do within our community, the Far North District Council community. We cater for people from Tuo right to Cape Reinga as well. So what we do is we support our community, our whānau, in navigating any issues they have, We empower them to make, we give them information and empower them with that information so they can make decisions themselves in a direction to satisfy any issue. It is any issue. We're based here at the Proctor Library in Kirikiri. We have 31 volunteers, 29 that are fully trained, and we have 2 that are currently in training. We have one coordinator, and she is paid she works part-time and is paid. So we've been in the Far North for 41 years. So last year we celebrated our 40 years a 40-year celebration at our annual general meeting, and we elected one person as a life member. And our life member is Glenys Piper, and she has been with us for 41 years, an amazing achievement, and she still supports us as a volunteer, which is really great. So our service is free and confidential. We have people that walk in. We also have people give us a call or email us as well. So this year we've had nearly 2,500 inquiries from, not just from our region, the Far North District Council region. We also answer 0800 calls. These are calls that go through to our national office, and they direct them out to us. So you don't know who you're actually speaking to until you ask them. Often, shoot seems to pop up quite often. So we can deal with the issues that they have as well. Michael's presentation, we're going to share with you about us. Thank you.
Any of you had the opportunity to use CAB or refer anybody to CAB or? No? Okay. As Karen said last year, in the past year, we've had about 2,500 requests for support, for guidance in any direction. Whilst we say advice is a bit of a misnomer. We don't offer advice. What we offer is the range of options that are available if people have got a challenge that they're working with, whether it's within their family or outside of their family, whatever. So people come to us for a number of reasons. So, Kathy.
Yeah.
Okay. So we monitor everything. It's, as Karen says, it's confidential, but we do track the reasons why people come to see us. We track other things as well. Obviously, gender, ethnicity, anything that will help us to improve our service or develop it along the way. As you can see here, top of the list, and it has been for a couple of years, is relationships. Now, that's quite a broad spectrum of reasons why people could come to it. It could be a parenting issue, it could be a relationship issue, It could be a dispute over a will or over land or anything like that will fit into the relationships, and then legal services and mental housing. And that's what sort of like how it's been tracking for the last couple of years, but certainly in the last 12 months, that's the prioritization that we've placed on it. Now, the amount of time that we spend with people resolving the issues is something different. Catherine, could you okay, the time we spend is really, as you can see, significantly different. Sadly, violence and abuse, addiction and dependencies, civic services, the top three. And you can understand why, if we've got somebody coming to us for some guidance or recommendations or options, and violence and abuse or addiction is part of that, it takes more time. And we don't have a time frame. When we're talking to people, we spend a lot of time listening before we even start to offer any kind of recommendation or suggestion, direction that they might want to go. So the direction that we ask them to go in, or recommend that they go in, as many as their options, are quite broad. So if we look at the next slide, there's a mind map on the next slide of all of the connections that we've got. Now it's a bit too small for it to read those, but you can see we've taken the main areas of reference that we are asked to provide support in, and all of the connections that we have to go through there. So we're connected to law firms, community law, legal services. We're connected through to government. We have an employment advisor that we can point people at if they've got a legal problem. So we've got all of these connections that we have to have. And so really we're sort of we're like an analog AI, if you like. People can come to us and ask us any question, and we'll come up with a recommendation or an answer. But it's not quite as quick as ChatGPT or Copilot, but we're in there, we're doing it, we do it with a smile, so we've got the human face of AI, if you like. So we never know what we're going to get. We don't know the questions. They can be really, really bizarre. A gentleman called us up a couple of weeks ago, and he asked for can you give me a contact number for the TAB? This is odd. And so we can do that. Why do you want to know it? And he says, well, race 8 in Melbourne. And seriously, I kid you not. And so my first time in the TAB website, it's very comprehensive. I was able to go in there, and finally, there's a very satisfied customer. So we really, really never know. I mean, that's the lighter side of it, but there is the darker side of it that we have to deal with as well. And a couple of volunteers. I don't know whether you're familiar with Lifekeepers. Lifekeepers is an organisation that helps and provides support for people considering suicide. So we've got, it's the whole spectrum. So we're very, very grateful for the support that we get from council, and it enables us to do a number of things, some of which are touched on, but the free legal clinics were supported by a law firm operating out of Whangaroa. Digital exclusion is a big thing. We often will spend hours, literally hours, filling documents out with people online because they haven't got a computer and they're having trouble navigating the way around the documentation that's required. I know that the government goes to a long way to provide support, and IRD does, and all that. But really, there is a blind that comes down sometimes when people are trying to do it, and they just want somebody to hold their hand and work their way through. Well, we're good at handling it, so we do that quite well. We get directions. There's an AFI program for police, and if
police get a call that is maybe a civil matter. It's something that they don't necessarily deal with. They direct it to us. We get references from the council as well, and we work through those. MSD, I think sometimes we feel that MSD has just got to the end of the support that they could provide somebody, and they're looking for another direction to go in. So they send it to us, and maybe we give them the same information, but maybe we do it in a more friendly way. Who knows? But our connection to other support services is really, really extensive, and we validate the contacts on a regular basis, so we know that the information that we're giving to people who come to see it is accurate, because we're continually checking it. And so our intranet is called CABNet, and it's continually monitored for accuracy and details, and it is extensive. It is extensive. So, just a reflection on it, a day in the life, we never know what we're going to get, but we always endeavour to provide the best series of options that we can. How do I apply for a birth certificate? Not an uncommon one. We get immigration issues, employment issues, financial issues. Financial is something that's been going up and down. Budgeting services. Unfortunately, we really struggle to get good budgeting advice sometimes, because it's there if you've got a lot of money to pay for it, but the chances are the reason that you actually need it is because you haven't got a lot of money to pay for it. So it's really it's a cornucopia of things that we're going to confront it with, and that's what makes it so interesting. Is you never know. We go into the bureau, and we don't know who's going to come through the door, and we don't know what issues we're going to be presented with. So it's good. So if you know anybody, because we're always recruiting, then it's a really fulfilling way of actually spending 3 hours a week. That's what you want to do. If you want to do 15 hours a week, you do that as well. But we're very, very grateful for the support that we get from the council that we can pass on to the community.
Can I chip in? I'm here to support the Citizens Advice Bureau, and Catherine and I oversee the agreement that we have with them, and we've been encouraging the strengthening of that relationship via the community boards, particularly. Something you didn't mention is, you did, but in relevance, the Citizens Advice Bureau is a national agency which had a lot of focus on influencing policy and direction at a central government. So all of the information that the CABs gather in the whole country go to the mothership in Wellington, and they often can focus on policies that are driven out of the needs that are identified from the rich information and data that the CABs collect. And so I think for us as a council, it's no different. We can look to the Citizens Advice Bureaus to be able to be a good indicator of what's happening in our communities from and a slightly deeper lens than just data. And also we can identify the needs for the future, so that when we lobby, for example, with social investment agencies, we're actually coming at it with proper information rather than made up information. And I would like to say that I'm sitting on a Youth Employment Aotearoa website, an organisation, and the Citizens Advice Bureau have got an excellent youth page. So, which we did, even Youth Employment Aotearoa didn't know about that. And I've looked at it, and I think it answers a lot of questions. So I really value what the Citizens Advice Bureau brings, and they can, by that slide with all the relationships, that's kind of the things we have in council, but actually they're delivering services. It's very operational, and the advocacy that we need to support what you're doing is really important. So thank you.
Thanks, Becky. There were 2,000 volunteers throughout New Zealand and 80 CAB bureaus throughout New Zealand, and we do connect, we share information, and at times when a bureau might not be available, there's an 0800 number, and it will get picked up by another bureau. So, thank you.
Thank you. There's some questions.
Yeah.
You, Mike and Karen, thank you. Tyler.
2,500 this past year. Awesome. Is that going up or going down?
Consistent.
Consistent. Right. Interesting. And you track age ranges. Are we seeing younger people come through and make use of the service, or is that an area where, like, I myself I knew you existed, but not aware of the massive range of work that you do.
Yeah.
And I guess my question is around making young people aware of the services that you got.
We volunteer go into schools.
Oh, cool.
To ensure that, particularly around guidance counsellors, careers advisors, social science teachers, so that they can share with the students. Yeah. So we have had somebody do that over the last 2 years.
Right.
Doing each year.
We're seeing an increase of sort of 25 through to 40-year-olds.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for that presentation. It's really interesting. And I have a little bit of a prejudice, I think, like yours, Tyler, because the organisation's been around for so long, you kind of assume that it's older people who might be using it, but clearly that's not the case. So my question is ChatGPT making any difference?
It doesn't make any more difference to us than it does to everybody else. ChatGPT will offer a range of options. If you're going to use AI effectively, you should try ChatGPT, you should try Gemini, you should try Copilot, okay, and look at the opinions you get, because it's an accumulated opinion of information that they're giving you. You know, so we do a similar sort of thing, because we will say that you can go here and get this support, and there and get that support, but we do provide somebody to talk to. So I think that it depends on your leaning. You know, if you feel more comfortable with ChatGPT, then you're going to go there. You know, if you really, really want a face across the desk with somebody to talk to, you'll try another option. You know, and that's support. So in the long term, it probably. What we're doing at the moment, interestingly, we're developing our induction program, because it's quite long. So for somebody to become an accredited volunteer, and it takes a year. There's a minimum number of sessions that they have to do, and they're mentored and all of that sort of stuff. But the LD team in Wellington are now using AI to develop the in sort of chatbot format, you know, so you've got scenarios, you're working through scenarios using AI. So that is making a difference to us.
And sorry, just one final question. Are there any insights in ethnicity or gender in the North that you want to bring to our attention?
You've been here all the time. Well, certainly over the past 3 years, I've noticed.
No, it hasn't really changed.
Okay.
It hasn't really changed over time. Can I just go back to ChatGPT? Can I just say that in our Arnold District Council area, there are lots of people who don't have connectivity. There are lots of people who don't have the skills to connect. It's easy to pick up your cell phone and make a phone call, come and turn it on. So yeah, we have to remember that in our
And there's a good report they provide every year. There's a good annual report that they provide with, because the whole point is they do capture a lot of that information that you're asking.
Excellent. Any other questions? I guess on that note, it would be beneficial for us to actually receive a copy of the report that goes to council, even if it's the bridge version, to give us an insight into when the grant is 40,000 annually.
it's a reasonable amount of money, but it gives us justification to our ratepayers, our communities, as to where and how that money is being spent and being.
Sorry, one last question. Is there anything we can do as a community board to help facilitate what you guys do?
It's really just to get us out there.
Yeah, just
to get us out.
We do share your posts, except that my calendar reminder stopped. So, so I'm just making a note to update my calendar because
I'm strongly of the opinion that the financial support we have and funding agreements that we have with any organisation should then include a rich relationship. It's not a one-way street; it's a two-way street, and we will absolutely get you that report. That's no problem. I just really want to foster the relationship between the CAB and the community board.
And I think on that note, we need to provide you with a list of new board members when elections come around, in particular, triannually, so that you know who to contact, who to refer. I mean, thank you, you refer people to me. Yes. We do now have kitty representatives here. And they may not be able to necessarily answer or deal with the people as new elected members, but we do work together very much so as a team, so we can, like you pass ball, we pass ball too. So please reach out if you need to and build that relationship. You just recently had a meeting, haven't you? An AGM or
we had AGM
crossed over during the election. Yes.
Yeah.
It's really nice. It's a great AGM. People are really positive.
We always have a guest speaker.
last year I promoted because my calendar really stopped. I think.
Yes. And correct.
Just with the recruitment, because you were asking me, are there no volunteers? So I'm assuming that he's fitting the process. So the election bit can be really soon, but we're going to start promoting and asking people if they're to help. Oh, we're flexible. We can, we'll do two. We don't get an influx of people, so if we've got two people, then we'll start the whole program with two people. So we're just keen to get people on board, get them engaged, get them involved together. The DP area, can it be, like, for example, because you spoke of the posting of Canadian remote?
One from Ohio, and I had this feel that Waikoi is a place where there could be a need for citizens advice group. And I'd really like to see us set up a satellite there. And it would be not on a weekly basis, but on a 2 weekly basis. However, we can't compromise the students. So we have to, more volunteers would be great.
So that's because on the session with the training group.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at. We do have a relationship with Arden Tahiri, who is Heartland's coordination. We just recently, he does a hickory around the Whangaroa and that area, and we are looking to join that hickory with her as well to get us known at that end as well. But yeah, that Kaikui satellite is not tomorrow. Let's build our volunteers first.
Lovely, thank you, Karen and Mike. Been lovely to meet you, and also be faces to us. And moving forward, it's great that Peggy's got her finger on the pulse of it.
Got a good team with us.
So thank you very much. You're welcome to stay or go up and enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for the presentation.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so next up, Albie, we have Albie Cash speaking to us, funding application for Ngā Tangariki o Ngātahi Trust on page 107 of your agenda.
Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koe, Jane. Mō tō karakia e tūpira I tō tātou nei hui tēnei apa, i ana ki a koe. Ana nei, te reko o ati e arama, e tui, te tupake I o kupu kia koirua whirakuro i tēnei ohu, no te waimari e te ronga atu i o kutu, mo te tika mo te pono, mo te tātanei hāpuri, e tū tākina ki rā, mo te tātanei rohe, o whangaroa te pepaira. Nā rere mihi ana kia koe te whanaunga. O te atu ki te kāwi whakamenenga nei, mihi ana kia koutou katoa, e tō tātanei hia wahine, o koe e whakaihu nei tēnei wāri e mihi ana kia koe. Anō nei ki ngā hunga kei runga i o tātanei hui tīma, tēnā koutou, mihi ana kia koutou, anō nei kia koutou āmuri ake nei, Kelly, mihi ana. Just greetings, salutations, excuse my breath. It feels uncomfortable knowing there's opposition behind me in this space. But do acknowledge everybody in the room this morning. I'm the masculine version of Rowena Tana, if you're looking through the minutes, and have been invited here to share our intentions around Te Rua Pika Pika, commemorating its 180th year. And I suppose if we can mark many of our history centres around the Bay of Islands, and Pinnacle involves many of our communities within the Bay of Islands. I think about Kururarika on the 11th of March 1845, and what's erupted in that space following, I suppose the enduring mannerism or etiquette of Te Waka Putanga and Te Tiriti o Waitangi that led us to the Battle of Kururarika. Followed by that, the Battle of Kahika. We celebrated that earlier in the year, and you would have potentially may have seen some imagery and some footage, some kōrero come out about the commemorative event that occurred, I think, in May. 10th of May of this year, Te Kahika, which uniquely speaks about the journey of the New Zealand Wars, or a part of the history that's really particular or pertinent to our communities and our people, led by the legacy that followed through to Ohawai, the Battle of Ohawai, to which they celebrated again, 180 years. Then we're moving over into Rua Pika Pika to, I suppose, the Bat's Nest, to one of Kawiti's long-lasting footprints here in the north. A place that has been worked in collaboration with the Department of Conservation and the Te Rua Pika Pika Trust to, over the recent years, has seen a lot of infrastructure go in to encourage people to visit the site and encourage people, not only locals and internationals, people travelling to come, but to see one of the only sites that kind of have the features and remarks or remnants of Te Rua Pika Pika or Māori battle fortifications, for want of a word, still intact. Many of our battle sites across the country, if you're not aware, typically has a road through it or buildings placed upon it after the battle. So if I think about the Rangiriri, if you ever head south towards Ngaruahia, you drive straight through the Battle of Rangiriri, what resembles today are pillars or po that kind of give you marking indicatives as to where the battle took place. If you go over to Pukahina in Tauranga Moana, and again you'll see another street goes through there, and placed on the top of the pa is a church, and it's a reserve in the middle, or a park of somewhat. If you go down to Whakatohia, to Te Tarata, you'll see it's in a piece of flat land right next door to a rugby club, for want of a word. So we have a unique character, we have a unique history, and to have been able to hold on to what unique parts we do have, like Rua Pika Pika Pa, is a blessing. And saying that, again, getting back, we do have the 180th commemorations, which is 3 days. 2 days of the commemorative event is housed at Kawiti Marae, to the home of Kawiti, for want of a word, where the setting or the scene is to invite and welcome on day one the people of the North together, to come together and to share and offer in conversations many of the characters that led to the Battle of Ruapikapika. As I'm not too sure if everyone does know about the story of in this particular time, but there were both sides had Māori either opposing the Crown of the time or the British of the time, or aligned with the British. So we're bringing all that kind of character and colour onto Kawiti Marae for day one to welcome all our people from the North. Day two, we'll see an entourage of visitors, Māori constituency first, arrive onto the Kawiti Marae, those that were impacted by the battles, as I've just spoken, like Rangiriri, like Pukehinahina, like Te Tarata, like Wairewa Ahika, as examples. Arriving, we already have intentions of groups coming to the north to reside in the Bay of Islands for a period of time during those celebrations. So they'll be welcomed, and then following that, we do have our dignitaries and our last group of manuhiri, our visitors, arriving onto Kawiti Marae to complete all the formalities of welcome. And day three is quite an early morning. I'm not too sure if any of you have actually driven past that Highway 1 in the last 3-4 days, but you'll see opposite the Gull petrol station, petrol bells are there at Tōwai, a po or erected steel ornament structure, which is one of the po that will be unveiled at this commemorative event on the 11th of January. And then moving forward onto the path, we'll see another 12 po being unveiled to commemorate and celebrate this auspicious occasion. 8 of the po represents particular hapu, Ngāti Hine being one of those, Ngāti Hau, Ngāti Manu, and Te Kapotai, who were all influential at the time of Te Ruapikapika. And the 4 remaining po will resemble ngā haue whā, or the want of the word, those that came from the 4 corners of the country that arrived onto Ruapikapika. So a real significant occasion, and as we're leading into 180 years, I'm not too sure if you can remember or if anybody recalls the 175th celebration that we hosted 5 years ago. We're looking at similar numbers, quite a large crowd of people. We do anticipate some high volume of people over the time, both Māori and Pākehā attending the event with strong interest. At the same time, do look at recording, and you'll see in the application is support in recording and archiving that space. If you have a look at the 175th, it was digitally recorded, and people still go back and listen to the stories and observe some of the kōrero that's been shared. And in the 175th, we intend to do something of similar, intend to have a broadcasting so that it can invite and encourage more people to actively be involved and be engaged in such an event, which I think is quite critical to some of the learnings and opportunities that we have within Northland, and adds to the colour and the ambience of who we are as a people and as a country. So really looking forward to this event. Happy to share the details to the event with you through our chair or whoever that may be, so that you get the accurate comms that's required for the event. But yeah, it's going to be fantastic, going to be well looked after, and it's going to be a real Northland look and flavour and feel to this space. So I think in the 175th, the road, the Ruapikapika road from Tōwai wasn't quite sealed. Now it's sealed, it's complete. So movement for people to go there has increased. The foot traffic and interest in the event has definitely increased at the same time. But if you want to know more, just go onto the Facebook page. I think it's like Te Pūtake o Te Riri Te Tai Tokero, and you'll see all the comms leading up to the event for want of a word. But thank you for providing me with the opportunity. If there's any questions, happy to take any part-time at this stage.
Kia ora, Albie. And there is a copy of the application in front of you. If you are going to file questions again, you might want to look at what Rowena has submitted on page 109. We have gone over time, but I think this is a very important item that requires some discussion. So if there are questions, they're welcome. I could probably kick off myself, Albie. In the application, you've actually requested $35,000 and the recommendation is only 10. I'm just curious as to whether or not how this will affect or impact should you not be funded or not get the amount you've requested. I see on page 115, 14 and 15, you've got about 5 outstanding applications still pending responses. Do you know if any of these have responded since this came in?
They haven't responded to this morning, but we're trying to get responses. They've said that they'll get responses by the end of the week. Crazy as it may seem around funding applications, but trying to encourage, for want of a word, to get some good decision making from that end, which will help alleviate some of the pressure into the space.
Questions, Joe?
Kia ora, just you tagged this particular grant to media and PR costs. Could you just give me a flavour of what that, how you would have planned to spend that money?
Yes, I suppose media and PR costs, just around, we do have a suite of people that we're building to come out, talk, present, live stream, engage with many of the speakers around how we can interact online and both in person during the event. So no different to 175, really interactual spaces, but also at the same time, trying to record and create an archive of a celebration that looks like us, feels like us, and that we can dive into. I know many of the schools in our local community, the Bay of Islands, use the 175th as part of a learning tool. So it's been really good in that space. We're hoping, if it is, a rinse and repeat, for want of a word, that we're able to share the same imagery and messaging to help in the 180 space. So we do have young comms people, so I think 14, 15. There's a couple there that are keen, and they already do it at Māori events. Very good at organising and being an MC and sharing stories around the space. Quite talented in being bilingual at the same time. So it's quite a unique set of schools for young group of people, which will be shadowed by an older group, helping support that interaction and growth. And then we do have the support of resource from Ngāti Hine FM coming to help uplift with the media technology to support us over there.
Sure. Albie, I've got a quick question. One of the things, as you realise, is people want to see what they're getting for their rates. And so for me, it's really important when we do provide grants to people that they acknowledge the sponsors. Can you see how we could have our logo or the fact that we have sponsored something, even if you don't give people full amounts? I think people want to see what we're doing, and so it's important to have that recognition of any sponsorship. So got some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree totally. Like I listened to the conversation earlier about reciprocation in the space. Happy to figure out and navigate what reciprocation looks like and how we encourage, because it's not just about celebrating a pick up, but how do we celebrate as a community, supporting initiatives and growing the visual impact of wow, my rates actually contributed to
Yes.
this kind of an event. You know, and then feeling, well, I suppose as a ratepayer myself, feeling comfortable with being included into an event that I could take my family to and share in the story. So happy to, you know, we're happy to grab the logo, grab the imagery, grab the conversations.
It would be great to see more visibility. I didn't see us at the 175th. But
Yeah.
Nice to see us on the 180th. We give you some food here.
That's the one. I agree.
I think it would anything data other than coming to me at Kiakan to my parents for the was there 107. First time being a part of this, I think associations is a part of history. But also at the time we had the bypass going, so everyone was forced to go past the big. So just for my own journey, you know, this is because we live in a digital age now. Everybody Google searches anything. Google searching history. There's a big difference between going through the text and actually turning it to a book. So just wanted to lead you to the fun because I know the various people have already started practices and forking out of their own pockets to provide better play and venues for the build-up. I know it's already started, so nothing dead, but just to lead you to the fun and hopefully get there in terms of appreciate the opportunity to provide real-time, real-life education.
Questions? Just in relation to the filming and capturing the stories for archives, which I think is really crucial and very important. Where will the ownership sit? Where will that sit? I mean, you're using it as a learning tool. Will that sit at Aotearoa? Where will this information be?
So currently, that's a very good question. Currently, it will sit within that Facebook space, and then if we're talking about IP and stuff, housing it under the Te Rua Pika Trust to make it a safe space for everybody, but it's still accessible by all.
Fantastic. It's live streamed. You could hear the kōrero as it's happening.
Yeah.
It's really good.
I think in the 175th, sorry to elongate the space, like we had the radio service provide conversations or stories over the buses. We still intend to have buses, and it was captured over. So if you're sitting in a bus or you're in a vehicle and you tuned into this particular radio station frequency, you're able to hear the same stories driving along the same parts of the road. So it's all part of that kind of aspect. So when I talk about a real Northland way of doing it, there's some unique ways of creating that learning opportunity that we can offer.
Yeah, sorry, but it's just opening my mind to the questions, which I know we need to move along, but this is happening over peak dates and it's coming up really fast in January. Accommodation, marae, or how are you supporting people too? Because we know we have thousands of these bed nights in the Bay of Islands and we're bringing all these people and infrastructurally we are starting to struggle. So I'm a little bit concerned about accommodating. I'm sure, we know how we host here and we do it well, but just putting pressure on over that peak when we've got that second wave after the new year. And I know because we've just funded to ship some other functions over that weekend. So that's one of my questions. And finally, have DOC contributed anything financially towards this particular commemoration?
Just in regards to the accommodation space, we do have many of our marae have opened up to absorb all the larger groups of people coming up. So we've got confirmed 4 iwi coming up, bringing somewhat of 200 people in total to this commemorative event. And then we do have local audiences and groupings of people arriving and staying at various marae over that period of time. Some from the Hokianga community, arriving over 120 of them and being housed at Akirama Marae. So we are utilising a lot of our marae. We do have Bow Islands College as another place to absorb large groups of people. So a real community-orientated space, knowing that accommodation is very limited over this period of time. And then secondly, to you, that's a hospital pass to me. Around Doc's contribution, I'm not too sure, but I know that there has been some conversations around financial support from Department of Conservation, and those conversations are happening with the Tipane and Te Papatawhai at this point in time.
Thank you very much, Elwie. I mean, I know you've just come to this board. You haven't gone to Kokoi, Pukenga or Tiaku.
No.
Okay. Anything else? No? Thank you very much for your time, and we will be dealing with this very soon if you want to hang about and listen to the discussion.
Thank you.
Thanks, Elsie. Right, so moving back to the agenda, so that's all our speakers. We now have moving to item 6.1, confirmation of the previous minutes at the Bow Islands Whangaroa Community Board confirm the minutes of the meeting held 27th November 2025 as a true and correct record. Do I have a mover? Yes, thank you, Joe. Seconded. Jane, back to you. Any amendments or alterations? No? All those in support? Against? It's carried, thank you. Now we'll move on to item 7.2 on page 18. This is the proposed site for replacement motorhome caravan dump station. Can you get changed? So we'll put the recommendation that the Bow Islands Whangaroa Community Board A endorses Te Pua Waiting as a suitable site for development of a replacement motorhome and caravan dump station, subject to further investigations into effective treatment of concentrated wastewater. And B, request, I'm putting an amendment here, CE instead of star, so request CE to continue investigations into the viable treatment options and, if appropriate, proceed with the final design and construction at Te Pua Waiting. Do I have a second one? Yes. Thank you. Joe, was it? Yes. Now we have the report writer here in the room, Jeanette. And Jeanette, do you want to speak to this?
Just available for any questions.
Thank you.
So there was just a bit of background with, I know this has taken quite a while, but one of our biggest challenges is finding council land. The previous dump station was not on council land, so therefore we were in a position where it had to be closed because it was private land and we wanted to develop it. So having council land, council assets on council land is our priority. So it's taken a little bit longer, but we came up with these 5 sites as suggested by various groups.
Through Chair. Yes, Jane.
I'm just wondering about one of the considerations for Te Pua Waiting accessibility from an opening perspective. My understanding is it's actually proposed, and the Camper Van Association requires the sites to be open 24/7, and yet for security reasons, Te Pua Waiting needs to be closed when there's art sports festivals. So what is the situation on access after hours or after weekends?
So I haven't put a lot of thought into that, but I would liaise with the New Zealand Motorhome Caravan Association when required. It is proposed that the gates are locked at the times that they're locked. I'm a caravan person myself. Most of the time, if you're travelling, it's daytime, and so 24 hours a day, being available to dump 24 hours a day. Personally, I don't believe that this is just my personal opinion, don't believe it's necessary, but I do think that if we are open, if the facility is open within the hours that it's open, I think that would accommodate most of the day travel, which is when people are travelling around. So that would be a conversation that we'd have to discuss then, and also with the proposed governing board. So
I'll try. Madam Chair, I have a question to that because the quite comprehensively looks at it through the lens of traffic movements, which I understand to be a major priority. But I'm not super familiar with some of the other things that we might need to take into consideration. So, for example, do we need to take into consideration the risk of unintended spill? So maybe a newly caravan owner doesn't know how to do it properly, ends up spilling some of the contents into the area. I don't know. I just don't know if that's a risk or not. Maybe it's not. And the other thing is, I'm not sure. Do we need to take into consideration odour? So I've got a septic tank at home. It doesn't smell, but that's just household waste. And I do understand from reading the documents that the type of waste that comes out of caravans and RVs is sort of a bit more concentrated. And does that minimise the odour and potential odour, or is there an extra? So those are just two examples. I just don't know what other aspects we need to understand in order to be able to make a decision.
Yeah, so I don't know the complexity of how we treat the waste, but I've had advice, excuse me, from a drainage specialist who has said that if we have our drainage field set up properly, then and it's time for release, then we will be able to deal with the raw sewage that comes out of the vents. And so we'd need a slightly bigger area to do that treatment, but we have the space in the proposed location. As for accidental spills, there's water on site for people to clean up those things, to clean up those areas. Is there a smell? Potentially, yeah, potentially. But they're closed. The Caravan Association built the dump stations and we could purchase off them, and they're designed to minimise that sort of spillage and that sort of mode.
Thanks, Jenny. Yeah, they're a great design, and if people come to them, this page shows me the raised island, and yeah, unless you, I mean, the drawings, yeah, you know, eyes, but go and visit one. And NZMCA have some really good pictures on their website of caravans and camper vans and the different site, different sizes and designs that they use.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering how we have been involved with consultation and whether or not they've given you any idea of how they feel about it, as opposed to establishing this utility in the area.
So I have had a conversation with Paki Whangaroa from the here, and they are not opposed to this location, but they will be involved in the upcoming governance of the site, and they would like to have more input at that point in time. If this is the preferred site, then we can come up with the right solutions for the treatment, then we would be talking with Ngāpuhi again on the final proposals and how we work it.
So we can expect them to be involved in the process in the way as they have been sports field.
Again, through the Chair, just you've eliminated some of the other sites, and I can see for good reason. Just curious to know the reason for the Turner Centre, given that you've got existing facilities on the site in terms of water and sewage, which we don't really have to put away down. And it's quite close to the existing site, so obviously the Camper Van Association were used to coming down Cotton Road, so it's obviously okay for traffic management. Was there a big reason? Was there an issue with the space? It's here. I mean, no, I know, but it's a council facility and it's quite close by. Was there a reason, a compelling reason why this wasn't
So in the table on country return,
What's on the table?
it does say that breaches the district plan trip at the end of the road.
Right.
There will be a loss of 20 car parks, and so I believe that those are required for the tuner centre. As part of their resource consent, so I have to look into that to make sure that
So resource consent is the main reason.
yes.
And adding to that too, Jane, we were presented with our induction with a presentation here at the Tuner Centre for their future plans, and which pushes out the front and underneath, and so car parking will be even more than what screens on that, particularly with the events. I'm sure once we get into further reporting the recommendations that can be analysed even further.
Through the chair, my understanding is that it's simply typically Waitangi is a sort of recreational area, so will this need some sort of consent work to be able to
Potentially, but I would have to discuss that with our presenting to figure out exactly what that means and how that would do it. So that's all part of the ongoing investigation.
And then I guess just another question will be, is there any concern, I just know that that's a bit of a floodplain area around flooding and other things with the waste of the asphalt.
I don't believe the location we're looking at is a factor.
Oh, okay.
But again, I have to go back and remember them and make sure that we're okay and can get in the
Last question would be, let's say we endorse this site, it then gets worked on with the new governance group or whatever that looks like at Te Puru, right? And also the Te Tap engine where it's situated. Yes. Okay. Good.
This is just the beginning of a process. We had a couple of questions from the floor earlier in the public forum as to time frames and things. These things don't move quickly. There's a lot of work to be done going to get it right. So we are just simply putting a recommendation that will go to council to the next level.
I need to take it to council for approval.
Yeah. Is there any more questions for Jimmy for discussion? Okay, so with that, I moved it. Joe seconded it. All those in support of this recommendation, raise your hand. Yes. Carried. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. And follow the process.
The report's on the council's website.
Yeah. So we're now moving on to page 97, item 7.3. The Babylon's Whangaroa Community Board, named 4 public roads, Kakariki Drive, Whangaroa Place, Karoa Place and Whangaroa Close. And 1 private road, Karoa Loop, that is located at lot 1001, Kiro Road, Kirikiri. Do I have any other thoughts? Yes, Joe, seconded. Two people. We've been to top of these. We'll go one day. Apologies, I don't know why I just always through me. I just want to note that on page 99, Big Q Trinity, that Ngāti Reo here did propose all of the road names in this report, which I think is fabulous. Our process is finally working. And the map's great, we can read it well. If any questions or any comments, very comments straight on the road. Any questions? I have a question, yes.
Through the chair, I think these are beautiful names. Then the people who are not so blended together, they may not understand, including me, but I had the English version there, that they actually are bird names. And I love the fact that they're coherent with the other bird names from the other subdivision. And those ones are in English. And I don't think the right way to go, I'm getting to my question, I don't think the right way to go is to have bilingual signage. That's not appropriate, and that's expensive, that's silly. Oh, and I'm wondering whether there's a way that we can help people to make a connection to find out what the name means, a low-cost way of doing it. Suggestion, I'm not saying that this has to be it, but maybe having a little silhouette of the bird on the sign. So then for not just, because it may be that people who buy the first houses in the subdivision are informed of the bird name, but then subsequent owners might not have any connection like that, and then the meaning might be lost. But sort of helping people to bridge into finding out and getting curious about what that bird is and why it's named that. So is that a possibility?
Absolutely. From the roading standpoint, piece of the actual road sign itself.
Okay.
Just through legal purposes of it being an informative sign. However, I can have a conversation with the actual developer about either plaques being, there's obviously quite a lot of reserve in the area, right, as well as natural beautification. So there could be the opportunity for plaques to be placed with the coinciding road, explaining the history behind it and the sequence of the Te Reo bird name in correspondence with the, because Blue Penguin Drive is that is part of the subdivision, so that is stage 1 and 2. So ensuring that there is understanding that they do coincide with each other and they do have meaning and they're not two separate subdivisions that just happen to be next to each other. So absolutely. Thank you.
It's a road naming policy, Joe, and it is quite strict. The community is bound by, for example, you can't have a translation on it, you can't put to that email.
And even without that as a process, I don't think that's the way to go.
Yes. But we do have reserved area within that subdivision. Yeah. So perhaps something we can identify when we're discussing strategic plan that we're appropriate and could look at correct information signage. There is environmental and information for the subdivision.
There are opportunities to. So, for example, any other simple signages can also set, for example, the name of a specific area, QR codes are which are easy. Again, just scan it where you get to the website and give information, but specifically to the birds. So these opportunities are provided that. It's very important to
it goes along with our sentiments to tell our stories and tell our stories, and I think exactly education. But when it comes to signage, it's very much dot the I's and cross the T's. Any discussion around this?
These new roads or these roads?
Yes.
I would have had concerns if these were roads that already existed. Like for us, for instance, I had to go through this process with Whangaroa, not for renaming, but for how the sign had to look. It was tough. But what I found was that because we, everyone knew their settlement, and I give it back to Mana, like giving it back to Matoma Kuku, but then everyone knew exactly where it was. Because ultimately, if I was going to put a new name over there, it would have been havoc. I think that's the beauty of this in this instance, is that these are not known roads, these are roads that are just getting their name, so people will grow with them. But I see and understand your point that like the fellow said, Chat GPT or whatever, it was pretty quick to figure it out for you. Just a little bit of history on naming. I mean, when I first come to the board, we are all over the place. And so we pretty much created our own system that allows us to understand from all aspects of each individual. And one of the things that I'm really, really appreciative about is that in the beginning, when I used to look over here, I never used to see Ngāti Rehi's name. there was non-respondent. And that's one of the things that I'm grateful for, because it helps me to make a decision a lot easier, knowing that, as opposed to time and jury residents being the hapu, actually responding to, as opposed to paperwork that's been set out before.
We have, as a previous board, front-footed the process so that when someone does a subdivision up front, David tells them, you go through resource consent, you're going to have to name the roads. So they do it at the end instead of at the beginning. And it's a very long, slow process. It used to be. Thanks to Trinity, it's sped up because people are now doing it correctly, and we're getting effective engagement from Hapu and iwi, and we're getting people to consider names that tell stories and cultures. And it's really, I mean, I can't believe how it's changed. We used to sit for hours and debate names and send people away, and people come and upset because, they didn't want that name. So now we've got this. It's all about collaboration and being transparent and members of the public understanding the processes and the time frames.
A special mention to Ruben came up with, because you can see from the landscape. Sorry, I'm talking from the. So the birds that are just brought from the thing to give relevance to the names of the birds. So the birds themselves are stationary. For example, the kingfisher kingfisher bird itself, closer to the wheel system. In Te Ao Māori, the symbols of a kingfisher in your area close to the creek tells you that, because they only drink from the most purest water, as an example. So to identify that bird, is to pay homage to the river here, from Tāne. Yeah, so it ties in, and for us, like when you name something, you're implementing the voting into, because everybody that speaks the name is actually talking about the area. Like I said, these birds are relevant to the area. The fairy tales, for example, because you can imagine what they're feeding on in insect life that's there. So it all ties in. It's cool. It's beautiful to see. I just wanted to just the need and
I think that's lovely, and it would be lovely to understand that, and that they're not just random names that have been chosen. That there is a thought, a connection behind it.
Yeah, and like for us at Whangaroa, for example, we have birds up there that live there. So we go on the island. No, there's nothing there.
You're okay.
They're all in the South Island, but this is what I mean. This is how the narratives of not just the community that migrate to areas, but also that remind us of our connection to the whenua and Taio.
It's a way, Cory, that we as a board can have meaningful input into developments and subdivisions, which we actually have no control or say over. So I think it's really nice that in the suggestion of class, the storyboards and things, we're taking road naming to a whole new level.
Yeah.
So sorry about that. We can deal with it in our reserve areas that fall under our delegation. But thank you so much for that. There's a lot of K's in here, but the postman wouldn't be happy, but we don't get much post these days. So, okay, so moving on, this is moved by Joe and seconded by Jane. All those in support of these recommendations? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. That's Trinity for you. Then we might just take a 10-minute break for a traffic stop and come back. So we could pause our live stream. Right, moving on to item 7.4, our funding applications. I'll take these individually. The first one on page 107, that the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board approved the sum of $10,000 as the suggested amount, recommended amount, plus GST if applicable, be paid from the Force Community Grant Fund account to Ngā Tungariki o Ngāti Hini Trust for costs publicity for Te Mere Whaka. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Lily. Get this on the table. Thank you, Jane. Seconder.
Yep.
Roddy, yes, mover. Would you like to speak to this first? They did ask for $35,000 and the recommendation has come to us for $10,000.
I'm just figuring out where to start.
I can come back to you, Roddy. You want to listen to everyone else's comment?
I should be able to do this. So, when I have a look at Ngāti Hini, and I have a look at my entire subdivision, actually sits within Ngāti Hini Pukepuke. And even when I go next door, anywhere I go, outside of my subdivision, I'm still sitting in Ngāti Hini. And so, the whakapapa is huge in the north, and even when you look towards Auckland. And so when I look at this whakapapa that they've got going, I can already foresee the numbers of people who are going to be coming to this kaupapa. It's a huge event, and we see people coming from all over the country, not just those who are related to Ngāti Hini, but people that were actually involved in the battle itself and the whanaungatanga they had. And so sometimes we see numbers of every dollar that's moved. I could go to the name to it, because we're talking about thousands of people ascending into the bigger picture. And when I go to every school, I'm pretty much connected to all the schools in our area, and I listen in there and I hear the stories of the bigger. And it's a really, really emotional process to sit there. When I go to the Kopotai and Maikari, when I go to Ngāti Manu Marae and I hear the kōrero going across the taumata, and I listen and they speak of, I suppose, the relationships that have been created from the events that happened. We were bigger. And even when I get up there to Bay of Islands College or to Moeroa Primary, or even if I go across the Kākau Primary or to Te Kura Kaupapa or Taumariri, the history of Rua Peka isn't just history, it's a living history that is installed on our elders, on our manatane, our manawahi, on our children, and even on our mokopapa. And that's something that I really, really believe the story needs to be preserved. Not just for them, because when we look at schools, there's not just Māori, there's every ethnicity you can think of. And I think it's important for those to ensure that history remains. Because in that history is a healing. And that healing isn't just about my subdivision or Ngāti Hini, it's about the healing of the nation. And that's why I support this so much. Because to capture that story is to actually plant a seed. And that seed will affect and impact on generations long after we're gone. And I can tell you this, the only reason they came to our board was because the Puni Kokiri, their funding application there didn't make it. I actually had a discussion with Rowena before she put the application in, and my heart dropped for them. On both, I suppose, our board members, level and the community leader was in the Rofi of Ngāti Hini. And that's because I know how important this is to Ngāti Hini's healing as well. Some horrific things have happened in those battles, but I know that if we turn around and look at the way that they've impacted our people, and we acknowledge their history. I suppose it's puts a motion of healing in place, which we can all benefit from.
Cool, Molly. And just one question for you. Your feelings in relation to the amount recommended to us, 10,000, and that was to 25. I know they've got 5 other, unfortunately, they've got 5 pending applications, but I'm sure that they are praying that they will come through with some of that. So you're going to let the discussion roll first. You'll have a right of reply anyway, Roddy. So I'll go to James.
Oh, kia ora, Roddy, for your kōrero. I attended the 175th commemorations. They were incredibly well organised, and tautoko Roddy in terms of healing, because it was just healing between Māori and Pākehā, but healing between Māori, and there was a lot of kōrero about the two sides of who fought on each side, and even to this day there was hurt and anger which was healed. They did an incredible job of the event, taking people to examine the history in the bus tours that they talked about with kōrero, and they live streamed everything and they captured it on Facebook. So what Albie was saying has provided such a rich resource, not just for the time of the commemoration, but as you said, for the school children and for our history. I will send you the link to the Facebook page because they're ramping it up. So this particular one, actually, the name of it talks of an event that happened in Kororaraka at Te Wāhipu. It talks of a mere that was smeared with excrement, tutai with excrement, that was Kawati was living in at the time. And so it's very much linked to where we are as well, because the war started in Kororaraka. So I'd like to foreshadow an amendment to increase this amount, 15,000. I'm happy for anybody to increase that a bit more, but I think we should, if they're not funding it, then I would like to see it on the proviso that we do get some acknowledgements, because I think we have not been. I have the program from last time, and we are not visible, and I heard nothing about the community board, and I was not aware that we contributed at all. So I just want to make sure that we do get some acknowledgements.
Kia ora, Jane. And I share that. I've seen our acknowledgement come out recently with the council logo. And, we need to be very clear that this is community. It's community funding.
Through the chair, if it's the one I think it was, I messaged them directly and went, this was not council funding, it was community board funding. Please use the correct logo.
Very high profile event. I'm slightly disappointed, but anyway, council's council. We are at the end of the day one team, but our small budgets we spend very carefully and we take serious consideration. Yeah. So thanks for that, Jane. Joe.
Just a comment, really, that through the chair, sadly, the only reason I knew about this battle and the significance of it was through the 165th, the last time, when it got well covered on national radio, and I think they sent a reporter up, Mickey Forbes, to cover it. And that brought it to my attention. So I guess I'm just endorsing the importance of events, holding events in terms of bringing attention to things. My only question is in terms of setting a precedence for giving funds. Does $15,000, is that an unusual amount? Do we often go to that? I don't have any as much contact.
It's not unheard of. Usually if you start getting over 20, that's when it starts becoming a little bit more unusual for this board. But sort of tend to, like we gave $10,000, the board gave $10,000 to Save in Northland this year, for example, for that month-long festival. So it's not uncommon.
And in terms of kind of significant locations and events in this part of the Far North, this seems like this is a really significant one. Yeah, okay.
It's huge. It's huge when you have a significant, when you hear about the Ruapekapeka, you're not just hearing about Ruapekapeka. You're hearing about Ketpa, you're hearing about Rangiriri, you're hearing about Titiriti, in here for Whakatutanga, and so Pika Pika is one of those, I suppose, those domains that draws in, I suppose, it's just about every aspect of Te Ao Māori. And I want to just take the ball, Jane, because if you have attended the 175th, you would have noticed that that healing process started. And it started, and to be honest, there was a bit of a tick up about it, but the acknowledgement of, I suppose, those colonial soldiers who lost their lives were actually given memorials. And that was the first part of the healing. I suppose we would call that the tupu. So we're the first seeds planted for the healing of the people. And when I look at that, this is the next, I suppose, a continuation of that. So that we can continue to move forward. Real bigger is highly significant, but the healing that comes from it surpasses that.
Joe, just following on from that, I don't see any funding implication that we support and decline a settlement precedent. We take each in its own merit and analyse each in its own merit. So, these commemorations are held annually, and they're held biannually, centennial. But it's the significance of how we see it in our ward area, weighing up the well-beings and looking at how we. I don't see anything as setting precedent. It's majority rules with consideration. We can all have a really good, robust debate and informative debate and make a decision based on that. So no precedent set.
Yeah, I speak in support of us, supporting the application. I think my only comments or queries would be around just getting some more information around what it is that we are helping to fund around what this media package / PR package looks like, and I don't know if there was more supporting information that was able to come with it.
Only what you said, that was it. And this application came in very late.
But other than that, in general, I think it's a well-worthy event for us to put in.
To speak to the production side of this, coming from the background, but this is it. This is all an assumption. So
Chillers behind me.
Sorry. But the assumption is that because obviously travel costs, the equipment hireage, accommodation, but the thing is with a co-op like this, there are multiple layers that are engaged in it. So Albie spoke about these young presenters. I know who those young presenters potentially would be. So what's happening is the work itself, then there's also the education arm that comes into it, which is developing these young, these young cohort, this young kahu of presenters coming through, young speakers. So there's that alongside the mentorship, which Lucky Henry will provide. But I mean, there's also artists that will be involved with the publication. So with the Facebook page itself, the symbolism, so there'll be agreements between local artists that will provide the motifs and anything that comes with it. So there'll be a team. On top of that, there'll be a brokerage between different EU organisations. These are media outlets, so there'll be those conversations. So there's multiple things, but I just wanted to refer to what William was saying before, to historically, the Huakaka made waves across the world to the point where it got to, I don't want to bring it up, but I mean, it got to Hitler, and his gene was when they commented and saying, after battling against, because of what Pika Pika signified and said to the world, like we taught the world guerrilla warfare, we taught the world trench warfare, and it was specifically from Pika Pika. So it informed all the other, sounds bad, but all the other conquering nations at the time that actually take a leaf out of Māori's book, because this is when it comes to engaging in warfare. Real Pika Pika was the paramount, which was a building block for those. Yeah, and this is the space where, because I'm alluding to what Joe was saying, none of us that grew up in mainstream schooling ever heard about, and this is why this national
this educational point that we can make to the rest of the world, we need to uplift this is because it gives a sense of pride, but it also, especially for those involved, the younger generations, they can take pride and stuff in the fact that they descend from, brilliant minds that could think of these things, strategists, and it's, for me, ultimately, it gives pride to it. I'm a bit jealous because in Whangaroa we have a lot of that history as well that we don't have, that the men disagree, but I just wanted to lead to the I was lucky I went there, just like Joe said, not knowing anything about the place. And this is being completely honest because I grew up Main Street. And so going there and actually seeing it for myself and seeing the groups that, because these are, but as part of the ceremony, you've got practicing Lōrako specialists from all around the country who come from Lōrako and all these places that have similar battles. But they all congregate, and just the feeling in their bar at the time, and walked into, shucks, because we were practitioners who, that's their thing. And to have them all in one whare, I was like, I feel a bit like, underdressed, so to speak. And I had to actually walk away from there thinking, because I went there hoping that my people from Whangaroa were there and actually were at the Pilfity. So for me, this is how, because we had a link in that battle as well, and so for example, for me to be a part of that, to drink from the pillar and take that information home to our own education establishments like the Kura and the Brown, but also mainstream funds, because we're all descendants from these ancestors. And so this is about identity, ultimately. Identity, pride, in history, and taking pride in that history. Yeah, I love it. Because we missed out on that history. Yeah, unfortunately, I was told to learn French and Japanese, especially on very popular ways. That's another.
Good morning, and for me, I think knowing, it was really good what Albie filled in the gaps that aren't in this application. That did come in very late, as Catherine said, and the lead-in time is very poor for such a big event when you think it's happening in January. And it's, I would expect to see something. So obviously some miscommunication behind the scenes and not everyone's good at filling out application forms.
I think they were hoping on to put incorporate funding. And when the moment they found out that they didn't have that support, they rang me and I instructed them to put in the application immediately. So they feel done under a big rush.
So I guess that begs the question, which Albie wasn't in a position to answer, probably crucial that being 5,000 investors. I would like to recommend a 10,000 amount, which, as I say, we don't have enough supporting information here to see how that would impact on them, and they've got 5 applications that they won't know about till the end of the week, which is hitting on Christmas. So I'm really heartened by the learning tools that come out of this for schools and the stories, in addition to the stories on the buses and, just what we at the table learn on some of these events. I think it's really, really important. So we welcome Councillor Ancol to the table.
Good morning, everyone, and my sincere apologies. I had a conflict for the voting meeting on at the same time.
So any further discussion?
I think I just going to answer your question. We need to learn and talk about the other applications. I'm more inclined to think of what's there now rather than what could be, because if I thought about what could be, I could just go and say, they might get the funding here, but what if they don't? And that's where I'd rather the very follow through with it and suggested, which you foreshadowed, I mean, because I'm not the type of person to look at something and go, they might get funding here. All I can see is they go zip, 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 zip. And it would be unfair to, as opposed to not to scheme, but to all those who are going to benefit from this. And for us to predetermine whether they we're going to be successful.
Yeah.
And so,
Okay, so I have foreshadowed amendment here from Jane for $15,000. Is it the discussion around the commission? 10? Okay. So Jane has foreshadowed a $15,000 amendment. Is everybody in support of that? I'm going to put the amendment this motion that we move $15,000, 10 to this amendment. All those in support of those amendments? Against? That's carried. Any abstention? Yeah. And thank you for that. And following on from this, I would just like to take the opportunity to comment, those of you that didn't watch the council meeting last Thursday, when I did my moment as chair at the table. I am pressing for councillors and council to consider reinstating an events and marketing position and budget for the long-term plan to support and enhance all future events. We are heading to 2035 and 2040, and I think Real Pika Pika is a classic example. We did the 175th, we've now got the 180th, there'll be 185, 190, and these will grow in momentum as we move forward. And it's not just about 3 significant events. We have many events in our ward and in our area and in our district, and we need to lead the way in telling these stories and in preserving our history and educating and informing others. And I think it's high time that council thought seriously about having an events and marketing person. This is a huge drain, and moving forward I see this going to be a big drain on our wellbeing funding, because we're getting pressure on social, the culture's coming from other aspects as well, but that historical, and then we've got environmental. So we've got a lot of drain on our small budget. So either we get much bigger budgets, which is something I'm always keen to talk about, or we actually look to council through the long-term plan discussions, and it will be a battle because it will be considered a nice to have when we start to look. But I think we have to sort of, as a board, my personal feeling is that we need to front foot this and say to the council, look, there's so much we need to plan ahead to, and we've had it like LTP. We've got a 10-year one coming up, and it will be a start towards future planning and funding towards some of these events. We have annual events, and it is a drain on us as a board, and much more as we love to support and give money. I feel that it's getting to the point where community grant fund and a $100,000 placemaking fund that is not guaranteed to us is not going to go very far. And I think the ratepayer and as a district, we need to sell these stories, and we need to start putting some dollars into it. So just wanted to flag that, and that could be noted to council from the board.
Through the chair, Northern Link are starting to collect, or have collected, a lot of these events. I think it might be helpful to request a list of all the events, because they include things like the first hotel, the first church, the first ships. So there is a massive list of firsts. Yes. Northern Link put the whanui out to everybody to...
Which is fine, Jane, but I'm after the budget.
Yeah, but if we get the list, then we can see what we're dealing with. So maybe we can ask Catherine to get the list.
And we used to have Northern Link come and talk to us and present to us, but that doesn't happen now, so it's something else we could probably do. They do come to council.
Yeah, they have sessions.
Yeah, Peggy and I work on that. Sorry, Peggy.
Through the chair, we're improving our relationship through comms. Roger's actually triggered that this week with Northern Link. Might I suggest, though, that the eyesights that we have in an area are a good place to start for Northern Link.
They might not have told them.
They should be holding all the information around the events, because they're the ones that are trying to send the events for our district.
And this is the thing, I think we need to come together again, collaboratively. We're doing many things sitting out here, but we as a community board put our
not through the chair, you'll be pleased to know that my recommendation is that Auckland Link comes regularly to the community board, not at the CE level, but at staffing level. So we are actually very recently really making a more informal conversation, a little bit like sort of the Finance Bureau, is getting them to come to the table to have a conversation and make a chair cut. They're very open to that.
Because at the moment, our avenue of communication is through the business associations that they deal with, and also the events and marketing organisers and operations that they deal with.
So an event like the World Bigger commemoration would be something that Tourism New Zealand would be very interested in. Given that I worked with Tourism doing Waitangi a couple of months ago that Auckland Link hosted. And so Tourism New Zealand, and so Amy from Auckland Link, who is temporarily destination management manager, I think that recruited a new person, is that's the sort of thing, that event in itself would be such a, because what apparently the visitors are looking for are unique cultural heritage, unique one-off, special, bespoke, quite different to anything they've ever experienced. And so we really need to sharpen that stick, okay? We need to make this better.
And I'll throw into the pot that I'm working with funding advisors at both Kaipara and Whangaroa, so we have regular conversations about what's going on. Many of you might know the Art Beat event that's been held in Whangaroa for donkey's years, and it's a huge arts one. People come down for it, people come up. This year it will actually be in Kaipara district. They're hosting it in Dargaville, and I mean, and so there is a possibility that we might be able to host it up here and we can take turns in it, which is a bit beneficial for Whangaroa because they don't have to fork out funding all the time, but it means that we'll need to make sure that we're coming to the table with something for it as well. But it's interesting to see a lot more of those conversations taking place, and we're finding that we're getting a bit more traction starting from the bottom rather than down from the top. Let's get through next bit. But anyway, okay, moving on. The next application at the Bay of Islands Whangaroa, page 117. So the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board through the sum of $4,200 plus GST applicable. We paid from the boards now. I just had a very Catherine review on page 117. It's Pride of Place Fund. And this is community grant, and it's on the community grant application thing, which I know is the same. But we'll discuss which pot it comes out of. I think originally we said Pride of Place. Fund account, this was left to you on the table. No, this can't be Pride of Place because it's a repair. So speaking as grass. So page 117 and your Pride of Place. So this is the fire bowling club, the cost towards equipment costs of the club move. Do I have a mover? Jane, seconder, Corey? Jane, discussion?
Yeah, we've sorted out the GST and it was very convoluted, very complex, but this is in fact the GST for the group. Right. The original application was from the community trust rather than the bowling club, which is not GST registered. But that's how it all got very complicated. And this is the GST.
You're here or not here.
Yes.
So you understand it's about the amount the GST.
Because the pool club's closed. They used to be at the, so we're looking at going back to the bowling club. The bowling club actually just recently has become private. Used to be only open on mostly Sundays and more recently on Wednesday nights, but now we're not seeing community groups there because that's a facility that provides a space where we get, because we don't even, and thanks to Elton and his leadership and his involvement, lots of that he's managed to run a few of us off, not too long, with his 19 balls and just because so he's doing a lot of, it's slowly gaining a bit of momentum, especially when we go to these sessions at places that and his interest and so what it's done is actually the roll-up is spilled over into the community thing, which is there, and which is also sorry, I'm bringing it up because I've seen there's going to be some nominations soon. I'm starting to get a bit
but not a few, because there's a lot of go. But I'm just alluding to the fact that it's been a high of activity lately, that infrastructure has been, and it's, sorry, just, I have to say, because we've lost people too. So quite a few of the regulars at the Holy Club will have like 3 tongue in the last 2 months. Quite significant people that are part of the. So, I have to acknowledge them in the way that everything needs to keep going, because it has been traditionally a lot of people, but more recently, a lot of youths, but getting the media team they're close to. So it's just to speak, just to advocate for, space to come. I've been there for 21st, because these not places, only places that cater to a centre for example, under game fish clubs. So, we don't have much, so that's why I'm always going to advocate for winning games. But I have to acknowledge and appreciate the whole club, and also John specifically, and Bruce as well.
Obviously, a very important community asset. Any more discussion? They presented to us at our last meeting. Okay, move Jane, seconded Corey, all those in support. Thanks, it's carried. And finally, on page 127, we've had our community board approved the sum of $3,673 plus GST. Open this community grant fund account to Open Society for cost towards storm damage mitigation and planting. Jane, second. Thank you, Tyler.
Through the chair, you could do this one out of your private place if you chose to, because it's more about planting and making it better, not necessarily repairing something that was broken. It was damaged from the flooding from above, but it's not like they're repairing the roof or something like that.
Well, they're repairing the drainage.
Yeah, it's not on our land.
True.
It's a community owned all on community land.
They requested 9,622.
That was on the original application.
And so the recommendation here is for. So the discrepancy, Catherine, can you?
Yeah, that was from the last report. So I updated the recommendation and I missed updating the numbers in there.
Right.
So that 3670 is exactly what they have requested.
And that's tagged towards the storm change. Yeah. So this is another one that was left on the table from last month. Jane?
Yes, they're very keen to do some good drainage work and then replant. They've had issues with water. The Whangaroa District Council for Infrastructure 3 Waters team have visited that are some issues with some of the properties on the hill, which they're going to visit and have a chat with the property owners. So they've done a good assessment. They've offered to check the drainage for them. So the board is very happy with the council's support of their plans. So yeah, it's just to assist with the work.
I think the only thing I want to add is that I think the last time they were here was the first time they had ever come to the board, and how old is that wall around?
101 years.
And I think that's something we should mix, is that we're really, really interjected in us. It's they really come to us after 100 years. We see other establishments coming back multiple times over the years. But to see one that's only been here once in 101 years, that's incredible.
Now they know we're here.
They have come through the board for other funding in the past.
Yeah.
And I think again, just commenting, even though it's not our board and it's not our land, doesn't set a precedent, and it is a very well used, well respected asset, a much needed asset in that community. So there's no further discussion. Move Jane second, Tyler, put that to the vote. That's correct. Against? Correct. That's the end of our funding applications. We move to item 7.5, setting our meeting dates on page 137. I will move the recommendation that vote on from our community board A, adopt the following meeting dates for 2026 at venues to be determined by the board. We have Thursday right through, 12th of February, 12th of March, 9th of April, 7th of May, 4th of June, 2nd of July, 6th of August, 3rd September, 1st of October, 29th of October, and 26th of November. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Dane. Thursday, sorry, I could be. Delegate the authority to amend the schedule to community meetings to the community coordinator and agreement chairperson. Thursday, most indicated that suited to me. Yeah. So it's been done around that council calendar, as you can see. It's very formative. And just to note on that calendar, that council has since added an additional council meeting on April Fool's Day. So if you wanted to note that in your calendars. We do have the ability of flexibility there, so everyone's happy with that. Back to vote, all those in support. Against, that's carried. Now you can plan your year. So, appointments, item 7.6 on page 143. The Vavon's Whangaroa Community Appoint member as its representative on the Accessibility Action Group. I get the member. Thanks, Tyler. Seconder. John, thank you. Now, this is a position that was previously held by member Lane here, deputy chair, and he is still sitting in a civil role as a member of the community on that due to the passing of David Senior, just out of respect and courtesy and his interest in it. And so we discussed that once he left the board, and he has been sitting there until this position has been filled. So I just want to acknowledge Lane for keeping the continuity there and keeping me informed as to what's happening there until such time as we appoint somebody. So anybody taking on this position can contact Lane and get any necessary information that he has that you would like to bring this up. Jane.
Madam Chair, it's a position that they've seen of now that's still waiting to this taken that role.
I'm not sure yet, but Lane will be able to inform you. It may not have been filled yet.
There's a community member of this representative.
So traditionally this has been a kitty member position. So one day will Joe. Sorry, Kelly. A few boards ago it was Coco. It is anybody, but yeah, it's the meetings are. Well, actually, the meetings are held all over. Yeah, things have changed a bit over the years. Anyway, anyone interested?
The meeting's date
I don't go to the days, so I don't know. Kelly, would you like to put us in on it as well? She did. And would you like to, how often do they meet? Is it monthly or quarterly or as required?
I can't give you a lot of comfort at point in time because the driving force was Mr. Senior. And with the lots, I'm not clear who's going to take over. Council via Miyamoko has said that we would like an accessibility person to be escalated within our staff. So we have a staff person who's responsible for accessibility. I don't know where that sits. At the moment, I think we'll need to get that position so that internally we'll comfort on the meetings going forward. But with all honesty, if we took out not the Jacqueline and myself, Lane here and David, we need a lot of other people turned up to the meetings. So it's going to need a whole focus on relivening and re-energising them. The meetings did take place during the day and did spread out around the district. So this is going to be a position that is not you get to move with Kelly and I.
Just to give an idea of movement.
It says bi-monthly in the policy or the terms of reference.
So it doesn't have to be a computer representative. I'm happy to put my name.
Yeah, I have an interest, but I'm looking at, the other management committees that are coming up.
Yes, you've got quite a few.
I'm
Feel free.
happy to support for sure, because, my younger brother is a special needs person. We have our youngest, I think he is a mild vision, so already connected to banking here. But you're right, quite a few, even the advocates over home probably. This is by Pep Toogle, Robin and the family. It's quite a few. Yeah, we need support on it. That's why it's a tough ask, because just meeting with the families that are supporting their children and has been difficult for them to really find support. They've been trying for a long time to form support groups amongst themselves, and it's been tough, especially when we don't have any resources to support. For example, the central government's actually taken quite a bit of funding out of that space as well. And so the parents, for example, like us, aren't aware of the processes to apply for funding to do renovations to your household. So who to contact, and those services are spread out. North Able, for example, we've got places, IACs now different, so resource-wise, I'm not saying it's
it would be good that there's some more people to refresh the group itself as well.
Yes.
Because being at the table will be so much more helpful to know what's going on.
It's the reason why Ken was supporting nothing anywhere Ken.
I think it's fair to say we all have an interest in this, and we should have with every decision-making process, that we go through. I'm not sure whether there is room there to have Joe and have subsequent, or if you can't attend, then Corey perhaps could have that would be great. Yeah, we could come down and just see what happens with Couch Corey. More the merrier, an alternate, or to an alternate. Get the correct terminology. So anybody else interested? If not, I'll put it that Joe Zaba is our community board appointed leader, with Corey Usher as license support against. Great. I'm happy with that. Good. Right, moving on to the appointments on management committees on page 148. Okay. I've predetermined this. Appointments to management committees at the Bayonne recommendation is that the Bayonne Whangaroa Community Board make appointments to management committees as detailed below. I will move on gaps. Okay. So the only blank I have actually is Cherry Park House, A, so we'll work down through the list from A to S. Cherry Park House, can somebody tell me if it's in my bucket? Could it be? That's a stupid question. Those maps are not very good.
Yeah.
Now you're sure?
It kind of goes down the bottom.
Yeah.
So the sports complex and out to almost Capero Road, maybe.
Yeah, that's all very well in line with that.
Scutters and landing and stuff.
Yeah, you've got the water and that's it, you've got the parking.
Yeah. We do have a little problem in that, but that one's borderline.
Yes.
We're saying kitty. Not as residential, but so Joe and Dane, how do you feel about this? Is a very busy community house, which we had quite a lot of history from the previous board on, and one before that. There's quite a lot of documentation out there on the use of bricks in the facility itself and health and safety issues surrounding it and longevity of the facility site. There's going to be a bit of movement forward probably during this next trimester with Cherry Park House.
And Madam Chair, just so that I can get a picture, what are the other kitty ones?
Not a lot, actually.
There's Cherry Park and the sports complex, the main.
Sports complex will be as a separate.
Oh, okay. So just the Cherry Park.
The Kiddie Sports Complex at the moment we have Tyler
That's
Van.
the rugby one. Not school, I don't know. I currently sit as representative of the Kitty School.
So there actually is very little. The two members of Kitty there's very few delegations in your area. So entirely up to you.
Had a quick chat. I'm happy to do sports, but with Joe doing accessibility, I'm happy to do both.
I can be Cherry Park.
Yeah. They don't meet a lot.
Fine.
And it's how we do keep history of.
Who's citizens in that?
It's a high level.
Oh, that's good.
You're under me.
I like that. Until the end of next year when the lease expires.
Yeah.
So Joe, okay, so Joe for Cherry Park House.
And I can back up.
That's great if you speak each other. You can't go to meetings. That's really cool. Okay, so next we have Kaikoura Memorial Library Museum. Lonnie.
They don't even meet.
Jane from Russell.
I've still been going there even before I think I was there on Monday.
Jane from Russell Town Hall.
Me for Simpson Park.
Roddy Simpson Park. Just to note in the additional information that Amber kindly circulated as I was just digging it all out. Some of these facilities are not council owned and operated. So this in the delegations, and this is one of them. Simpson Park is community owned on council land. Then we have Totara Hall Quarry, right in place. Waipapa Hall Tyler. Whangaroa Memorial Hall, that's the one in Kaikoura. That's Corey. I've got K's after all those road names.
It is 60, but you carry on.
Doing myself a hole here. Okay, Whangaroa Township Hall, that's the one in the village. That's Corey. Breslow Domain Belinda. Kaio Domain Corey. Roddy, Kaikoura Domain and Reserves Management Committee. Jane, Maramaku Domain Board, that's council owned on Crown land. Which is interesting. It's the only one I've got.
They've got a hall there that's also the council one that all sits within that domain.
It sits within that same.
It's a great word, the cemetery and the domain and all sports facilities. It's quite a big. But they never, is
it on our leave?
I believe so.
It's probably not if it's not on the asset register. It's not enough. I've never known it to be on our delegation. So we can.
Domain.
Maybe I've been misunderstanding.
We'll look into that one. So that's Jane. Whangaroa Waikato Cemetery. Those were skipped, Russell.
Yeah, I know you talked to me about that, and it's actually called the Canary Cemetery. And it is a council-owned private cemetery, but it is completely owned, managed, run, and financed by a trust, of which I have run for the last 30 years. So I'm not even sure why it's here, because we don't have a management committee. And when I shuffle my report, it's coming back to council because
someone's got to look after it.
yeah. So I don't think it should be in this list at all.
So we will remove O. You did skip over N as well. There's Jane as well, but you skipped Russell Sports Ground Club. To go. It's interesting.
I've never been made aware that I was on the Turway Cemetery Board. I had no idea that it's a council-owned facility.
I confirm that it was.
I think Turway is very similar to the because they used to ask for reading grant.
They do get a grant in, or they don't?
They used to come and ask us.
Yeah.
But I don't get it.
Mara Maku got 5K grants. Everybody wants the 5K grant.
So I don't ask you for any money.
Oh, you should. Sounds like you should.
Yeah, right.
So these, we have this with a lot of council assets where community groups, neighbours or individuals maintain them and they do it well and they don't ever come across sort of money or grants council. And we just need to be aware of facilities because the day comes when often there is no succession plan. But then what's your clause? Who's going to look after the community? Back to council, you have to go. It'll have to have a budget beside it. Somebody to look after it. So we're just fortunate that we have people that really community-minded people that take a pride into our community facilities. So we'll look into the Tawai Cemetery one day, but
yeah, it's first I've seen of it.
We think it's ours. Kaya's
going actually more going with the lady that used to come and
Colleen
going.
That would have been for the Mara Max domain, but not to the cemetery.
And domain.
Domain, they don't.
Colleen was doing it. Okay, so Corey Kaya's committee.
That's not council owned facility because they can ask for money, we gave them money.
The ownership of that is on ours on school land, is that correct? Pardon? And Whangaroa Rivers Kaio Management Plan Liaison, that came out of the council appointments.
What time that be in their own thing? When I pick up.
Timothy, based on my science.
What's Taumarere called?
The Taumarere
River Liaison?
Yeah.
Committee, is it a committee?
Yeah.
Everyone's favourite recreation centre.
I think the text me my name now.
Yeah.
He's very, very well. Oh, you might not to.
Follow your list just through.
That's right.
And Kirikiri Sports Complex Committee is currently Tyler. Do you want to continue on it, or do you want to hand it over to?
Did you want to do that? Yeah, I'm happy for you. So I'll be going into the full time.
So Dane is going to be Kirikiri Sports Complex Committee. And that completes the list with those two additions Te Marari and Islands Recreation Centre. We also, just for your information, you now know that overall is community-owned or community land, and Pakaraka Pool is community-owned on community land also, one just past the junction of the church. And you will have all been received and circulated the references to the hall and facilities strategy, which you need to read up on, and the community calls policy and procedures for committees, which is quite brief, but it is quite important when you sit on an ex officio role there. We further delegated to our hall. Halls are operated mainly by a makeup of the user groups of the facility is the most common committee, and you sit on that ex officio regularly, and at this time of the year we should be following up to ensure that they have done their financials. Council's financial year ends 30th of June, and usually around September most of them have had their AGMs and need to submit occupancy and financials, etc., to council staff or to yourselves to forward to council staff. And you will see that come in new year, come into our agenda. There will be a summary. So the strategy looks like this. You go on the website, and if you want a printed copy, perhaps let Stephen know. And the full beautiful policy is not so big. 10-page, 3 pages, and with a little brief at the back as to what the council responsibility is, our community responsibility as our delegation, and the full committee's responsibility. Thank you, Councillor Stratford, for coming to our meeting. So that's really important because that's your guideline for the procedures for board, so you need to have those. So, as I say, get a copy from Stephen, or we can make sure you circulate the strategy and the policy so that I play on those and what the supposed to do. And it would be really good. I'm sure Council has a list of the committee chairpersons for you of each of the facilities so that you can make contact and introduce yourselves and get on their contact list so that when they are having meetings, they're informed. And quite often when there's changeovers, particularly with council changeover every 3 years, the committees get lost and the newly elected members get lost because nobody knows who's contacting who. So there is a bit of initiative involved in putting yourself forward and letting people know that you're the contact person. You're there in an advisory capacity, so people aren't getting on. You need to bash their heads together and sort things out. So, okay, if you need any more information, just come to me, or I'm sure Stephen can do me on the side of it. But we're on the website, the strategy says so. Okay, so that's all the appointments to the management committees. Me and myself. Any questions?
Just one about the domain.
That's not on here yet, because we haven't got that far. It's actually in our open resolution sheet of meetings. So I moved, Jane seconded. I'll put that to the vote. Sorry. 7.8 community representation for Waitangi governance group appointments panel. Recommendation is to approve member as Whangaroa's Whangaroa Community Board representative on Te Pūmata Appointments Panel. Have a second. Okay. Now you'll see option 1 over the cover. Section 1 and 2. Section 1, and on page 154, we note in the staff assessment box that this has come out on 26th of November 2025. Council delegated in favour of the decision to appoint the community board representative on the appointments panel. So this has been through council, and Roger, would you like to speak to this before we do the appointment? We'd like to just we pretty much understand what's happening here, the next step, and having a community board representative to on this. So, Tyler has offered as one of a representative, which makes sense to be on this panel. Anybody else interested in the position? Tyler, you're happy to support and assist. Thank you, Dave. So, all in agreement, I'll put that to the vote. You're in support. Tyler,
Then you get fingers. The actual mathematical governance group.
it'll be a busy, exciting day.
Congratulating you on your appointment. Your appointment is so last week.
Okay, moving on to item 8.1, page 156. That the community board received vote on fire community open resolution report. And Weber. Moving through these. Here is the first one, Dane, is the delegation that we're referring to. Our notice of promotion will be Kitty today. And as of the 9th of December, you'll see the update there. There's been no previous update. Here's a picture. We have been slightly frustrated trying to move this previous board, trying to make this board to get in place for the operational side. So, when that happens, Stephen, do you want to speak to that?
Through the chair, both for this matter as well as the Simpson Park domain, Parks and Reserves continue to come together. We're either in February meeting or
Okay. It's our strategic plan. I note COPO seem to be working well through their strategic plan. Every time we will start meeting and discussing.
the chair, at this stage, I believe we should be looking at January to have a workshop to prioritise the top 10 items and we have the working Excel list. So that can just be the sort of the basis of what you start the conversation to work at that.
That's great, thank you, Stephen. And I know that there are board members who would like to add to that list. That would be like the discussion, debate about top 10 will be feeding into the long-term plan and the.
Can I just raise quickly, slightly off the topic, portfolio meetings and diary in the last couple and one of the things that came up with operational staff is that they do not have community groups and they need that urgently. I would suggest you all the women's instructions. There have been existing rules that needs to be shared. The roading department can do that from a Stephen. And we can leave it and show that.
It's really
It's, I think the issue there, Anne, is that we possibly would need to update it, just to look at, because of works and developments that have been done since we last prioritised this, we may need to shuffle the priorities. I'm pretty sure, well, I guess we'd have to revisit the matrix, wouldn't we?
The T1 was next cab on the block.
I'm just signaling there. If you do not speak to Monday, you may lose it.
I understood we didn't have
So you do have a budget there, and I would strongly encourage a decision sooner rather than later.
Okay.
So did you, it's the budget footpath
We have our own footpath priority list here.
and a budget attached to it.
Each community board has a budget,
Right.
unsubsidised budget at the moment, because it wasn't supported by the budget.
It's always helpful then to know a budget's attached to something.
Or you would need to, I could tell you what the budget is. I have absolutely no idea.
Right.
But it's come up twice now, both portfolio and Sam.
It up and we'll follow up what the budget is, because that will have a bearing on our priorities and what we can achieve without the subsidies. I know last round we were very fortunate to be able to get the done through NZTA. We've been very fortunate, I think, with our subsidies in our area, partly due to our state highway networks that run through our townships and villages, but we touched on a lot, Ronnie and Janie called around the Whangaroa area, and previous staff did a lot of work on that, and a number of those actually I fell off the list and came off the list because that they couldn't actually be due to health and safety, and traffic risks and unsuitability of roadside land, things like that. So it's all very well having our list, but when it comes to the practicality of implementing it from the budget, some of them which require more books and things completely below the budget basis. So there's no way we would achieve the budget. That's that heads up. We will
through the chair.
so can I think?
Part list is sitting into doing that under the Bear Islands Insurance Board in a folder called Footpaths with our last updates on them, with comments from each of them.
I've got here an email, and you can find out matrix. What's sitting there? I've got a footpath and strategic plan on the top of my email from April 2023.
Somebody removed all the logs.
And coloured the red, purple, black, and third all new to be added, some completed, and some developed as a NZTA. So it's an invaluable list that it's a living document.
Yeah, through the chair, it would be helpful if we could maybe look at the footpaths list, priorities, and maybe give them a weighting and measurement, and
that has been done.
It's already been done. So why can't we? I'm no LTP or hard infrastructure expert, right, in any way, shape, or form. But when I hear there's a budget attached to something and it's for something, it would seem logical for me to look at the budget and allocate the projects to it.
It's more that current programs don't seem to have it because it has been passed on the phone.
I agree, but taking this opportunity to make sure that happens.
And we totally agree with you, Peg. The issue that we have is that we do get stuff done and developers do come in and do things. And previous boards we have been all about bang for buck, value for money, and missing links. So if there's a little bit of hook hard that needs to be done, that was not very significant, but now this because something's happened in that area, we will try and, fix the connectivity issues. So it does, and
through Chairman, is there if there's a time frame on that budget, what's the urgency around this in terms of time frame?
The current allocation is a 3-year period, so we've still got another 15 months to run.
Right.
The conference I attended in Wellington, the minister is unlikely to pay something $1,000. I think it's going to be a 10-year. So we might be on quite slim pigs. But all of this is still to be nailed down. I also just wanted to know what HICA did is they approved this review application and see if we've got money over 3 years, we don't want to spend it. We want money. You've got some options there. But I just want that at an operational level, staff do not have any visibility of the
thanks, Ian. So is late January early enough to do with it? Or would you?
I think given that it's close to Christmas.
We do have a bit, it's ridiculous, but
Yeah. Can we populate those by email?
yes, but I've just sent the link to Stephen to take a look at. We used to have a basic to Helena, which had documents that we used to work on. We're trying to get that back on.
Through the chair, this list, has it done that work to understand sort of if it's a viable proposal, or is it just a wish list of options that would then go into consideration?
Wish list. And some will never happen, and some will be yes.
But for example, there's one that's out Whangaroa, which would require a wooden, I think, orbital doorway around the waterfront, and the cost of that would just be
But the roading team, they just need the wish list.
Oh, yes. Some have been done, like the one
But
by the rules been done.
if there's a definite budget there, then we need probably a bit more
I
than
think
just
that's
a
what-
wish list.
Okay,
Like
so
I think through the chair, that's where I think the waiting is. You know that a boardwalk is, you've got urgent matters and non-urgent matters. It's as simple as that. Things might have a health and safety component.
and they do. The
Or might say
matrix
accessibility.
is very complex,
Yeah.
and we had a really great road and staff member who moved us through and came back from our prioritised list with the ones that were likely to get subsidised or how many we could do. So we'll discuss this further in the workshop on the set date.
Okay, that's good.
Well, in the short term, we'd already agreed.
Let's get the list around.
Yeah,
The T one
You
was
reckon have a
the
look at
priority.
Yeah,
And then,
That
love
was
to see the list.
yeah.
We got through that part.
Even whenever or not things get stored and changed, we reprioritise for lots of reasons.
Yeah,
yeah.
Moving back to the item on table, our open resolution report, the last one I'd like to raise just briefly, which is not on here, is I just want to acknowledge the Sorry, Anne was just informing me that we want to just mention ferry falls. Anne was just informing me that there's some comms coming out today. Yes. Just wanted to reference it due to the fact that the community have been very keen to see access opened up here prior to this fire. We will also have to do our own bit. We do have other services in there, which obviously I'm not sure whether they have not been affected by that. to the previous papers around the retention of trees as a desire from the previous board within those reserves. So it would be good for us to share some sort of update on reserve areas and how much damage has been done. I'm not sure around the circumstances of the fire, whether there is any insurance available by the name of the property owner or the fund or anyone just price to some sort of respect to allocation. Okay, so yes. Yes, thank you for the photos and the circulation because I didn't know what was happening. Okay, so that report was made by Tyler, seconded by myself. For those who support, against. Okay. So now we move on to public disclosure. So we'll now move that we on to public exclusion. And that the public exclusion will be following parts of proceedings information, confirmation of previous minutes public excluded, and might include that exclude both exclusions and actions update. And Jane is yes, so I will move to secretary. Thank you, Jane. Push that first. 9.1 and 9.2 confirmation of minutes, and that was the open resolution sheet will be released to the public and invited to. So, that's all staying. 9.2 stay with BX. And that concludes our meeting for today. Thank you for those who joined us online, and from our board here, we wish you all a very Merry Community. Happy Christmas, stay safe, conserve water, use that sunblock, and have fun with your photo Easter season. And we'll see you in our next formal meeting in February 2026 after Waitangi Week. And I will now ask member Corey Hashim to close us with karaoke. Thank you.
Absolutely. Just of what you're doing here now, what you're doing. It's really a matter of what you're doing here, what you're doing, continue.